Mr. Chair and council members, we are now live.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to get started. I'd like to welcome the public to the public hearing, public meeting of the City Council Committee as a whole. State law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote council meeting in here. Due to the current public health emergency, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Enquirer, Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearing, and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. Mr. Christmas, will you please call the roll to take attendance, and members that are in attendance just indicate by saying aye, present, or a word or two, whatever your choice may be. Mr. Christmas, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Council Lady Bass.
Good afternoon. I am present. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Council Lady Brooks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm present.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Dom.
Good afternoon, Council President, colleagues, and the public.
Council Lady Godier.
Good afternoon, Council President, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Present.
Council Lady Gilmore Richardson.
Good afternoon, Council President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Green.
Good afternoon, Council President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Looking forward to the conversation.
Council Lady Gim.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Heenan. Councilman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, listening public.
Good afternoon.
Councilman O'Neill.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Councilman O.
Good afternoon, Council President. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Council Lady Parker.
Present. Good afternoon, Mr. President and colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Council Lady Quinones Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Council President and colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Councilman Squilla. Councilman Isaiah Thomas.
Good afternoon, everybody present.
Good afternoon.
We've established the quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We will proceed. We have established such a quorum. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 200-366, 200-556, and 200-655 through. Mr. Christmas, will you please read the title of the bills?
Bill 200-366, an ordinance amending section 19-13034 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Authorization to Offer Exemption from Real Estate Taxes on New Construction of Residential Properties by modifying the start date of certain changes to tax abatements with respect to new residential construction, all under certain terms and conditions. Excuse me. Bill number 200-556, an ordinance providing for a payment to the city upon the construction of certain real estate and directing council to appropriate revenues from such payments to Department of Planning and Development, Division of Housing and Community Development, in order to support equitable neighborhood development by constructing affordable housing, including units for sale or rent, providing assistance to Philadelphians who desire to become homeowners, providing opportunities for workforce development and apprenticeship, and requiring MWDB participation goals, including monitoring and enforcement, all under certain terms and conditions. And finally, Bill 200-653, an ordinance amending Chapter 19-1300 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Real Estate Taxes by modifying the amount of certain tax abatements, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Christmas. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have today, everyone who has been invited to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the hearing, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for our witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in the Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must be only used for this particular purpose. Before we get started with our witness, I just want to briefly, and I do mean briefly, go over and provide a little clarity. This initiative, albeit multiple pieces of legislation, and there will and have been several iterations of both discussion and potential amendments, is for the sole purpose of providing it's $400 million that will be leveraged with an additional multi-million-dollar initiative to provide significant help to the city of Philadelphia. While it has been referenced as an affordable housing bill, which it is also much, much more. It will talk about all aspects of the challenges that have happened in the city of Philadelphia, the inequities that have happened in the city of Philadelphia, as it relates to job training, as it relates to infrastructure in neighborhoods, as it relates to assistance for individuals that are in need. So this is much broader than simply the traditional housing program. I just wanted to make that clear. Additionally, there has been multiple conversations with multiple individuals to try to get to a place where people, as best possible, were comfortable with what we attempted to do. And I want to thank everybody who has agreed to participate in the process, and particularly the colleagues who have had multiple conversations with a whole lot of people. So at the end of the day, this neighborhood preservation initiative could potentially be the largest single public investment in neighborhoods, and I do mean neighborhoods across the city of Philadelphia, that the spinoffs associated that will not only provide revenue to the city, will not only provide real family-sustaining job opportunities, will provide affordable housing, will provide opportunities throughout the city of Philadelphia, and not just select communities. So I want to thank you, and we're going to look forward to having a spirited discussion. I won't get into all of the nuances associated with why we went to this particular source, because I know that there were some conversations about why look at the development industry as the industry where the revenues streams would help us pay the debt service on the $400 million, because we do need to provide that revenue stream. But the simple reality is the old saying, that's where the money is, because there has been some significant benefits to that particular industry. And by no way, means, or shape, or form am I casting any aspersions to that industry, because I have worked with those individuals across my tenure in council, as witnessed by the multiple shovels I have in my office. But the simple reality is it's time to provide an equitable opportunity to everybody in the city of Philadelphia, and not just simply certain neighborhoods and certain individuals who have the fortune of being in a lot better position to the majority of the citizens in the city of Philadelphia. So with that, I want to thank you very much for indulging me. Mr. Christmas, if you please call the first witness to testify this afternoon on the legislation before us.
Rob Dubow, City of Philadelphia Finance Department.
Good afternoon.
Council President, this is Mark Squill. I just want to be recorded as present.
Thank you, Councilman. Record shall reflect that.
Ann Fadulin is giving our testimony.
Okay.
Ann Fadulin, please.
I'm here. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Committee of the Whole and Chairperson, Council President Clark. My name is Ann Fadulin, Deputy Mayor for Planning and Development, and I'm here to testify on bills number 200366, 200556, and 200653. The administration appreciates the dialogue we've had with City Council on these bills in an effort to balance the need to fund neighborhood development to build strong communities with the need to grow and strengthen our city's economy. Over the past year, it has become more than evident that for Philadelphia to become our best self, we must include all communities and all peoples. To do this, we must continue and expand investments in our neighborhoods, because all of our residents are our greatest resource. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the first question. Do you support the legislation before us today?
We believe it's a good balance of bills that achieves the objective of being able to put additional investment into our communities.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions by colleagues for this particular witness? Not seeing any. There being none. Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
Thank you.
If you can please stay on.
I have a question.
Will do.
I have a question.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question, Mr. President.
Is that
just
Councilman
to
Johnson? Councilman
Yes,
Johnson?
it is, sir.
Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Yes.
Here.
Just a real quick question for Ann for doing. How you doing, Ann? Hope all is well.
Hi,
Good
good.
seeing you on Point Breeze a few weeks ago.
Yes, that was a great event.
Affordable housing. So always good to see you. Just had a quick question regarding housing and land stock. When you have neighborhoods where we're seeing a significant value, an increase of land in the area, but we aren't able to, I think the policy is in certain areas, if a neighbor wants a side lot, based upon the value of the lot, they wouldn't qualify for it, right? Because
So that has been amended. That was changed when you guys did the land bank legislation that got adopted at the end of 2019 and went into effect at early 2020. Now you qualify for a side lot in any community, but you may be required to take back a mortgage. That means you have to keep it for a side lot for a number of years.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Just wanted some clarity on it. Thank you
Sure.
very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Jim. I think she has a question for Mr. DeVoe.
Yes, thank you very much, Council President. I apologize. I don't know if there's a longer witness list that might include some of the financials after Ms. Fadulin. So it's okay to talk to Rob DeVoe. Is that right?
Yes.
Rob, are you here to answer all the financial questions?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a couple of them. One, I don't pretend that anything that we're doing right now is going to either solve or address school funding. I do want a sense of where school funding is for the city of Philadelphia. So the city of Philadelphia the administration supports delaying the tax abatement for 12 months. Is that right, as proposed here?
Yes.
The implementation of the tax abatement. What is the projected revenue incoming from the Philadelphia Parking Authority to the school district of Philadelphia? We know
21.
Correct.
They're actually not. They're not projecting providing any funding to the school district.
So that amount is zero.
Yes.
Okay. To be clear, it's $0. Last year it was how much?
I think in the $14 to $15 million range, but I didn't have it in front of me.
Yeah, it was about 15 million.
Yeah.
And then do you know what their projection is for FY22?
I think they're still working on it, but I don't think they think it'll get back up to the $14 million range until maybe 23 because of the way.
Do you know whether there's any amount that will be projected for FY20?
Yeah, I think there is, but I'm not sure what the number is.
Okay. And then the administration announced today that there will be some business tax relief in the form of the use and occupancy tax. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the use and occupancy tax is devoted to what?
So UNO goes.
The recipient of that is
goes to the school district.
Okay. And then what's the total amount of the tax relief?
So preliminary estimates from the district are to be about 10 million.
Okay. And then, of course, wage and income taxes continues to be an issue because that's an area, while it doesn't fund the school district, the city has been using that to deliver a grant to the school district. Is that correct?
We deliver an amount from the general fund each year, and that amount does not depend on what comes in from the wage tax.
Okay, that's helpful. But it is, our general funds are impacted, obviously, by the wage tax.
Yeah, our general funds are, that's right.
Okay, so So I think, one of the questions that we have is, well, again, I don't pretend that a change in the tax abatement is going to solve the district's funding issues. I think there are some indicators that the city will need to be thinking about a school funding element, given the fact that many of the issues that we're dealing with right now deal with school funding, whether in significant amounts or small amounts.
I think that's right. I think the district is projecting deficits over the course of its 5-year plan.
Do you know what the deficit is projected for FY22?
I don't have that in front of me. I think it may be in the $200 million range.
I think that's right. My understanding is that it's around 200 million. Okay. We had a discussion about the tax abatement in 2019. I know that there were a number of bills that had been presented. The one that was presented that's on the table for delay was a 10% reduction over 10 years, right?
Right, 10% a year for 10 years. Yeah.
And compared to the others that were on the table, which included a cap, the elimination of the abatement, and I think there was one that extended it for 20 years, would you consider the 10% reduction in the tax abatement the most conservative of the bills that were presented before council in terms of reform of the tax abatement?
I mean, the one that changed it the least. Is that the
Correct.
question?
It had the least impact on the industry.
I don't remember all the proposals, but there were definitely other proposals that had a bigger impact.
Yeah. Okay. And the controller's report, I mean, I know the controller isn't here to testify, but the controller's report showed that the tax abatement had an inequitable impact in terms of development in the city of Philadelphia. Would you have agreed with that controller's analysis of the tax abatement and its development impacts over time?
So I really have to go back and look at that and look at other analyses of the abatement.
So you don't have an opinion on that?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few quick questions for Mr. DeBow and Ms. Fadul. I'm just trying to get a perspective on their testimony for this afternoon. So my understanding, based on what I heard, that both Mr. DeBow and Ms. Fadul are testifying in support of all three bills as currently presented.
Based on what we've seen, I think it's our understanding that there may have been some amendments. But based on what we've seen, we believe that the bills provide a good balance, and we do support the effort to provide additional dollars for neighborhood development.
Oh, okay. Could you elaborate a little bit more detail? Because based on the witness list and the items that were scheduled, bill number 200366, as well as 200556, and also bill number 200653 have different perspectives. So I just wanted to get understanding of, you said you support the three bills, so I wanted to get a perspective of your support.
So the bills deal specifically with tax policy, so I don't know if Rob has a comment to make about the specific bills.
And I think we support the intent of providing additional money for the overall project. Our understanding is there'll be some amendments so that the bills may look different when they come out, but the overall intent we support, understanding that the specifics may change.
Okay, so you're understanding that the specifics of these three bills may change. Can you give a perspective of what I just want to make sure I understand what the administration is saying they're testifying supporting. Are you supporting the bills as currently introduced, or are you supporting some different changes to the bills?
We're supporting bills as we understand that they may be amended.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of what Councilmember Gim talked about questions regarding, if financial impact. I just want to get the perspective as you, as a finance director, and Mr. Dillon, in your role, what you're supporting and what impact, positive or negative. I'm just trying to get a sense of the administration's perspective.
Yeah, we think the impact will be to provide additional revenue. That'll be one source of funding for bond issues that will help with the various programs that the council president laid out at the beginning of the hearing.
Okay, I just hope that Mr. DeBell and Mr. Dillon are available if there's additional questions that need to be raised.
Good, Council. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions for these witnesses? There being none, thank you very much. Again, I ask you all to please hang around. I'm sure there'll be some questions as we proceed. Thank you. Mr. Christmas, please call the next witnesses.
Beth McConnell and Rick Sauer.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to connect people.
Beth McConnell and Rick Sauer, please.
Are people connected? Modesta?
Our team will be making the calls.
You want to? Yeah, okay. Mr. DeBow? Crowd? DeBow?
Sorry.
Yeah, if you're still connected while we're waiting that, Councilman Dowd, you had a quick question for Mr. DeBow?
Yes, thanks, Council President.
I'm waiting for that connection.
I guess the question I have is, there many revenue projections by the administration that can give us an idea how much revenue will be raised by these bills?
Yeah. Yes. One thing, what we looked at is a couple of different scenarios, depending on what happens with the level of permits. So if there are no changes in permits, we think that in the second year, generate about 15 million, eventually get up to 30 million. If there was a decrease of 25% of permits, that number would scale down to about 11 million in 23, going up to about 22 million by FY25. When we talked to people in Portland, they said kind of in the first year, when they had a tax like this, they actually wound up not generating revenue the first year because of people rushing to get programs done, get stuff in place before the tax went into effect. So there was about a year delay in seeing the first year of revenue. So anyway, that's the kind of the range that we projected.
Is the administration willing to borrow the 400 million to fund affordable housing and these other neighborhood programs if we don't do the tax?
If we don't do the tax, the only way that we could get to backing that kind of borrowing is to look at other places to get revenue sources, and so that would be a different discussion. particularly with where our fund balance is and how limited our resources are.
And is there a concern by the administration to do the tax in this pandemic environment?
There are always trade-offs, right? So obviously in a perfect world, you don't want to ever have to implement a new tax or increase the tax. So you really just have to look at the benefits from the tax and determine whether that's worth it and whether that trade-off makes sense.
Okay. One last question I just wanted to ask you about this. The revenue analysis, is it inclusive of all taxes and bills together as a package, or that analysis based just on the one new tax?
That was on the one new tax.
And what are you projecting for the commercial 90%? What would that generate?
Hold on one second, let me find that. So that
Hello, this is Beth.
started off at about 1.3 million, eventually get up to maybe by the end of the 5-year plan to the 5 to 7 million range, and then continue to grow.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Council President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Modesto, we connected?
Yes, we have one for public comment, Council President.
And is this Beth?
Hello?
Is this Beth?
No, this is Steph.
So we were trying to get Beth McConnell and Rick Sauer.
Beth is on, Council President. It looks like her microphone is muted. If you could please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now? This is Beth McConnell.
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, just state your
Okay,
name for the
great.
record and proceed with your testimony, please.
And thank you. This is Beth McConnell, Policy Director with the Philadelphia Association of CDCs. I'll be testifying on behalf of myself and Rick Sauer. He will not be testifying separately. CACDC
Hi,
supports
this is
bills.
Rick Sauer. I can't take your call right now.
Sorry, you could disconnect that. We support Bill number 200556 and 200366 as a package to invest in affordable homes, community economic development, and job creation. Council leadership has proposed to use the revenue raised from the construction impact tax to pay the debt service on a $400 million bond for affordable homes and commercial corridors. Philadelphia desperately needs action to stimulate economic activity to recover from the devastating impact of COVID. And that action must center on attacking the inequality that has led to people of color in Philadelphia being hardest hit by this crisis. By making investments in affordable homes and neighborhood small businesses. PACDC has 3 requests to council and the administration. First, please dedicate at least 25% of the funds to our neighborhood commercial corridors and the other 75% to affordable homes. Our corridors need significant investment to help businesses that serve our neighborhoods survive and rebuild from the effects of COVID and the property damage during the recent civil unrest. And they are absolutely critical to our economic recovery. Second, we call on council to create an advisory committee with significant community representation to guide decision-making on how the funds will be spent and to report to the public on job creation and equity goals. The Housing Trust Fund Subfund does not have an oversight board, and community input and accountability must be paramount on spending of this magnitude. Third, we urge council and the administration to engage the building trades on ways to bring down the cost of construction for projects funded with these dollars so that we can serve more Philadelphians. And we urge you to work with them to significantly boost participation of workers of color on construction and rehab projects. In closing, in the last 28 years, CDC's had a $5.4 billion economic impact in Philadelphia, undertaking the very activities this package of bills will support. And they did so in ways that built wealth and opportunity for neighborhood residents, particularly people of color that have too long been denied access to these critical opportunities. CACDC looks forward to working with you to discuss how CDCs will lead the way in putting these resources to work to create an equitable Philadelphia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Is Rick not testifying today?
No, I'm testifying on behalf of.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilman Green, did you have another question for?
Yeah, I just had another quick question for Mr. DeBell.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. DeBell?
Yep.
Sorry.
So, Mr. DeBell, you stated that you and Ms. Fadulin stated that you support all three bills. Make sure I understand that you anticipate there may be some changes, and you support, even with changes, all three of the bills listed today, with some possible changes all being passed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Christmas, please call the next witness.
Stephanie Selden.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Hi, this is Stephanie Selden, and I am the president and CEO of Rebuilding Together Philadelphia, which provides safe and healthy home repairs to vulnerable homeowners at no cost. RTP supports the 1% construction impact tax to be used for affordable home construction, repair, and other needs to provide an equitable post-pandemic recovery for Philadelphia. I want to tell you about just two homeowners that RTP has served during the pandemic. Mr. Guzman is a disabled homeowner living alone with cancer, but without a stove to cook his meals due to a flooded kitchen from a roof leak. Carrie B., a disabled senior, had no banister and had to crawl up her stairs because she was terrified of falling. Staying at home prevents the spread of COVID-19, but a home can only be a sanctuary when its residents can live in safety and health. The need, as you all know, because many of you have been to RTP's block builds, the need is vast. Our neighbors are living without ovens, without showers, without toilets. Without the CIT, the city will be back to a years-long wait for home repairs from the Basic System Repair Program. While we need the city to continue to prioritize homeowners with incomes under 50% of AMI, those currently served through BSRP, RTP also urges the city to use the proceeds of the CIT to assist homeowners who need repairs and earn between 50 and 100% of AMI and cannot qualify for a Restore, Repair, Renew home repair loan. We also support BACDC's call for an advisory committee and further ask that council and the administration work with the building trades to negotiate an affordable labor rate for use of these funds. I commend the council president and the sponsors of this bill and thank you for accepting my longer written testimony for the record.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Council President.
Mr. Christmas, next witness.
Andrew Fishkoff, please. Andrew Fishkoff.
Mr. Friskoff.
Andrew Friskoff.
There you go.
Yes.
How you doing? Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Sure. My name is Andrew Friskoff. I'm the Executive Director of LISC Philadelphia. And I'm pleased to offer testimony today in support of the two bills in particular, 200366 and 200556. As a community development intermediary, LISC recognizes the affordable housing and community and economic development challenges confronting the city. On the housing front, the health and well-being of our residents depends on access to safe and affordable housing without overcrowding. In addition to decades of evidence on the importance of stable, affordable housing, recent evidence from Massachusetts suggests that affordable housing is also a deterrent against the spread of COVID-19. Unfortunately, we have a shortage of thousands of affordable apartments and 14,500 existing affordable apartments that are at risk of being lost due to sale or conversion to market rate. Finally, as housing providers across the city can testify, COVID has also increased the cost of providing affordable housing and resident services. It is paramount that the city develop a new source of local funds to support the production and preservation of affordable homes for its residents. Regarding commercial corridors, small businesses in our corridors are desperate for help to bring back shoppers, repair damage from civil unrest, make improvements that will enhance safety both inside and outside the stores. Funds should also be available to support the acquisition of property on our corridors so that we can increase local ownership and wealth building in communities of color and support entrepreneurs who are willing to make a long-term commitment to our neighborhoods as opposed to outside investors who may buy one day and sell the next. I look forward to being able to continue to support in testimony the work as it progresses for the construction impact tax and support for the delay in the abatement elimination, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frischkoff. Any questions of this witness or members of the committee? There being none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just want to, we have a long list. I don't know if people can hear me or not. Like to keep as close to 2 minutes as possible for those individuals who are listening at this point that are scheduled to testify. So if we can keep that 2-minute window to accommodate the long list of people, it would be very helpful to us. Mr. Christmas.
Next witness, Marcos Lamelli with SEBA.
Podcast and support for the delay.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
How are you? Yes. Yeah, if you can, thank you. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify today on Bill 200556. As I said, my name is Marcos Lamelli. I'm a program coordinator at SEBA, a Latino organization whose mission is to promote the economic development and financial inclusion of the Latino community. Accordingly, we respectfully ask City Council to pass the 1% construction impact tax, as it will infuse the Housing Trust Fund with millions of dollars that our community desperately needs for the development of affordable housing, assistance for low-income homeowners, and the shoring up of our commercial corridors. Latinos have the highest rate of poverty in Philadelphia, with fully half of all Hispanic households in Philadelphia being housing cost burden. In the age of social distancing, when housing is essential to healthcare, we need the resources that the construction impact tax can provide to increase the viability of affordable housing. The economic impact of this pandemic will be felt by our most vulnerable communities for years and years to come. It will be a long time before our city recovers. This bill and the infusion of cash into the Housing Trust Fund will help cushion this impact for our city's low-wage workers, our seniors living in unsafe conditions struggling to afford basic repairs, and the moderate-income families that want to stay in the city and pay their fair share of property and wage taxes. A strong, affordable housing market makes for a healthy city. We understand the difficulty of exempting affordable housing developers from the construction impact tax. To ensure that the tax does no harm to the development of affordable units in the city, We urge Council to increase its subsidies to these developers. The need for affordable housing in Philadelphia is such that investment from the construction impact tax will not be enough. Before the pandemic, affordable housing developers were challenged with filling the financial and funding gaps in their development projects. The pandemic has made affordable housing more challenging than ever. We're thankful for the commitment of the City Council has shown in helping ensure that our people can afford to live here, and see the construction impact tax as an important part of that effort. Gracias for allowing us to testify on this important legislation.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. It's Christmas. Any questions? I'm sorry. Members of the committee? There being none, thank you very much. Mr. Christmas?
Thank you.
Next witness, Darnetta Arce, Lower North Philadelphia CDC.
Hello.
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 Darnetta Arce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Hi.
Yeah. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. My name is Darnetta Arce, and I want to support Bill 200556 and 200366.
Okay. That it?
You want me to get my testimony now?
Yeah, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'm with the Lower North Philadelphia CDC, and we are in support of those two bills. And one of the things that has been said before, our communities have been hit hard by COVID and just lack of unemployment opportunities and lack of economic development. And we feel as though that 1% construction impact tax would be something that we could utilize to improve the conditions in our community for small businesses and for residents. Also building new affordable homes for rent or for home ownership for very low families or in moderate income families, and also help with repairing and preserving existing affordable rental units and home ownership homes, provide rental assistance, which can prevent homelessness and reduce housing cost burdens, and making a significant new investments in our neighborhood, which especially the Ridge Avenue and feasibly more corridors does need. So those are some of the things I just wanted to state, and that's my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions of this witness by members? There being none, I want to thank you very much for your testimony today.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Christmas?
Miss Jackie Williams, Lancaster Avenue 21st Century Business Association.
Yes. Yes, this is me.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Yes, my name is Jacqueline Williams. I'm with Lancaster Avenue 21st Century Business Association, CDC, Operations Managers. And at Lancaster Avenue Business Association, CDC, we manage cleaning contracts. We also provide technical assistance for existing and new businesses. We are supporting Bill 200-5576. The tax from this bill will be used to support affordable housing, which is critical at this time. As property values and the cost of housing is increasing, long-term residents are challenged with increasing taxes, and many long-term residents are struggling to even stay in their homes. And new residents are not able to afford either to rent or to buy, particularly in West Philadelphia, University City. COVID-19 and the civil unrest has impacted the community in many ways. Lancaster Avenue's commercial corridor was also impacted, and we have businesses that have yet to recover. We support the 25% of the construction impact tax to be set aside for commercial corridors. We know that small businesses are key to a thriving economy. And we at Lancaster Avenue Business Association are supporting our businesses, and we support this particular bill so that our small businesses can come back. They can continue to employ local residents and continue to be to be able to provide services, products, and continue the employment, as I said before, of local residents. Again, we support the bill, and we thank City Council and the Kenney administration for serving our city and proposing an equitable recovery in a time such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of this witnessed by members? There being none, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am.
Mr. Aaron Woosh, Repoint, Philadelphia.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? You connected?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Yep.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I would have a minute to prepare. This is Aaron Wunsch, and I can spell that for you, but it's W-U-N-S-C-H. And I am testifying on behalf of Repoint, Philadelphia. Do you need further background from me?
No, just proceed with your testimony. You're fine.
So my testimony is as follows. Repoint, Philadelphia has submitted a written statement to members of City Council asking them not to in any way impede or delay the proposed and indeed enacted amendment to the tax abatement, rolling it back to ultimately zero over the course of the 10-year period. The abatement itself was a flawed document, albeit one that made sense at the time that it was written. In the 21st century, the tax abatement looks increasingly like a giveaway to developers and wealthy newcomers at the expense of long-term residents and the poor. It also has the unpleasant side effect of promoting demolition throughout the city, which not only defeats the cause of historic preservation, but is one of the factors in high-speed gentrification. So Repoint, Philadelphia is not fond of the abatement, nor is it fond of the amendment that began to wind back the abatement. We felt it didn't go far enough. But the worst step of all at this point in time would be to use COVID as a pretext for not reforming the abatement at all. This is a major piece of public policy. It needs to be considered in the light of day before the public. It should not be treated as a backroom deal that looks like it benefits the interests of real estate developers. That's my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness by members?
No, I don't think I have any at this point, but I would like to thank the council members.
I'm sorry, sir. I was asking the members if they had questions of you.
My apologies.
Don't see any. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you.
Thank you for hearing it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next witness is Mo Rushdie, Building Industry Association.
Mo? Mr. Rushdie? Right here. All right, well.
I'm with you.
You here, Mo?
Yep.
Oh, hi. Oh, okay. We got you now. I'm sorry. Mr. Rushdie, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
My name is Mo Rushdie, and I serve as the treasurer of the Building Industry Association of Philadelphia, as well as co-chair of its Affordable Housing and Diversity and Inclusion Committees. I want to thank Council President Clark and the rest of Council for allowing me to provide commentary today. Most of our developer members build townhome developments that can range from single installs to 100-unit plus developments. Some renovate a few modest row homes a year, a few build glass towers filled with luxury apartments and condos, while still others are building low-income housing in neighborhoods where no one else is. While some Philadelphians have been able to build wealth made possible by the 10-year tax abatement, there can be no argument that the renaissance our city has seen over the last 20 years has not helped many of its least fortunate citizens, 25% of whom remain in poverty. There is an urgent need for affordable housing options for a great many people, and the BIA believes it is time to collaboratively craft policies that help all residents in the city share in its prosperity. It is past time that a policy be implemented to create a sustainable funding stream for affordable housing. As we did in June 2018, the BIA has made the hard decision to support and endorse a construction impact tax. We acknowledge it is unusual for developers to step forward and support to pay more. And we do not do so with any enthusiasm whatsoever. Many good projects will no longer be feasible because of the increased costs that result from this proposal. We understand that to many in City Hall, you are seeing an unprecedented amount of construction in Philadelphia, but we in this business know that these cycles do not last. All signs are pointing to an end soon, and there has been much more dramatic shift in our peer cities that have lower costs of construction and higher demand for housing. Still, the need is real, and this legislation is a better option than all of the alternatives. The BIA does ask that any planned reductions to the property tax abatement be postponed. The pandemic closed down much of the City Hall over the last year, and without permits, many projects have ground to a halt. Councilwoman Sanchez helped organize a development task force to help get departments working with our industry again. But the damage was done after most departments shut down for the better part of the year. Members with projects that were trying to get permits under the current abatement have been unable to do so. Finally, I want to share as co-chair of the BIA's Affordable Housing Committee that we have spent the last month sharing with council members our blueprint for attainable housing, which is attached to my testimony today. Our blueprint is a community reinvestment plan that brings to bear our expertise to build housing for residents in the neighborhoods where they live now, because there is a massive need and we believe we can solve that need more efficiently than anybody else. Our members plan to deliver more than 1,000 affordable units in the next 3 years. 65% of our units will serve households at 40% to 79% AMI, living in council districts 1, 3, 5, 7, and 8. This is possible because our members are willing to accept decreased fees and tighter margins in order to help solve a vexing city issue. And private developers can also bypass the costly bureaucracy of government subsidies.
Yeah.
We are able to deliver affordable homes.
Mr. Rusty, although you're supporting the bills, we do have a time limit. I'd love for you to continue because you are supporting the bills, but I just want to be fair.
Sure.
Yeah,
The BIA does support. Absolutely. I will get that to conclusion. The BIA does support the Council President Clark's legislation package, and we ask that the rest of the council support the legislation as well. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee?
Yeah, Council President Clark.
Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you very much. I just had a question for the gentleman who was speaking regarding the robust affordable housing plan that he's talking about BIA supporting. Will he also be supporting a inclusionary housing legislative package that's being proposed to require inclusionary housing for development projects throughout the city of Philadelphia?
Thank you, Councilman, for the question. There is a bill, 190606 AA03, that was passed last November in 2019, which basically is a game changer for the development community. And we are heavily promoting that bill because it allows us to build 51% component of affordable housing on city land. Historically, it's been tough to acquire city land. The non-competitive land disposition policy that was adopted last year, and we have many members of the BIA today have land under agreement with the city to providing at least 51% affordable housing on it. We think as a game changer is going to be providing most of these 1,000 homes. Now, in regards to your question about inclusionary housing, we have worked with different council members who have proposed inclusionary housing, and we are an organization that speaks with reason. So we go through the numbers, the analysis, and we work with the different district members according to where the location is of the district to make things work, and we are always willing to compromise.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Rusty, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chris.
Next witness is Rebecca Johnson, Executive Director, American Institute of Architects, Philadelphia chapter.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, good afternoon. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rebecca Johnson, and I am the Executive Director of the Philadelphia chapter of the American Institute of Architects. AIA Philadelphia is the voice of the architectural profession and represents more than 1,700 individual architects, 263 member architecture firms, and 228 affiliate companies supplying products and services to the industry in this region. I want to thank Council President Clark and all members of Council for allowing me to testify today. AIA Philadelphia believes in the urgent need for affordable housing in our city. As design professionals, we are acutely aware of how conditions of the built environment and housing in particular for low to moderate income households is extremely disparate in condition and quality from our solidly middle class and higher income households. Creating equity in communities must start with safe, healthy, and affordable housing options for everyone. In order to ensure our city has opportunities for all to grow and flourish, the immediate housing needs of thousands of Philadelphians must be addressed now. The package of legislation before you today offers the opportunity for Philadelphia to take a significant step towards fulfilling that promise. In particular, the proposed construction tax has potential to provide substantial and sustainable funding for affordable housing, which will make a meaningful and necessary impact in our city. If implemented properly, it could provide a dedicated funding source that would adequately fund a variety of affordable housing options. Another way the development community can contribute towards a more equitable Philadelphia is also by reducing the tax abatement and dedicating the funding towards affordable housing. Either method could work and is proposed here in combination, as long as this administration and future administrations ensure all proceeds are used for housing for those who need it. AIA Philadelphia is sensitive to the additional costs that either method will add to the cost of construction. However, if the development community can help invest in a meaningful solution to provide affordable housing in a way that provides necessary housing to individuals and families that need it, while also stabilizing neighborhoods, then the long-term impact of a more equitable and prosperous Philadelphia will benefit and return that investment to all, including the development community. We are aware that either funding source proposed here today will add to the cost of construction without an immediate return on that additional investment. Yet the urgency of this issue is such that we are willing to do our part, and we ask the rest of the real estate development community to share in the sacrifice so that we can realize a more aggressive, affordable housing strategy for our city, which will help create a more equitable and prosperous Philadelphia in the future. That said, we are also sympathetic to the projects that have been underway and have found that difficulty in the middle of obtaining projects. Architects saw firsthand that most city departments were not able to issue permits for much of 2020 during the pandemic and are still working through that backload. Out of an abundance of fairness, it does make sense to postpone the reduction of the abatements. And I've used my time. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Any questions by members of the committee for this witness? There being none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Ben Connors, President, General Building Contractors Association.
Good afternoon. I am Ben Connors, President and CEO of the General Building Contractors Association. We'd like to thank Council President and all of City Council for permitting us to testify today. We do support the intent to provide $400 million in local stimulus to immediately address the issues of housing and poverty. The contrast of cranes in Center City compared to the needs of so many in the neighborhoods cannot be overlooked, and there is certainly a need to ensure that all Philadelphians share equitably in our city's growth. However, any funding solution must account for both the uncertainty of our neighborhoods and the uncertainty around the future growth of our city. While the construction industry is willing to do its part, GBCA feels strongly that imposing a new tax on all construction, as Bill number 200556 does, is the wrong policy to pursue at this time. In particular, our city needs its offices, hotels, and stores to come back, and taxing investment in commercial construction will only dissuade future investment in these areas at a time when they are in dire need. Besides being a disincentive to building in Philadelphia, 200556 also creates a very heavy burden on the general contractor. Many projects will require the full tax bill be paid upon building permit issuance, placing the burden of financing this new tax squarely on the contractor's shoulders, large and small. While we ask you to reconsider this tax in its entirety, at a minimum, a new tax on commercial construction should not be levied at this tenuous time. The construction industry was not spared the havoc that the pandemic brought us all. City departments were shut down for a significant portion of this year. Permitting and review delays have cost projects and jobs throughout our industry, and will continue to do so for some time. We ask that any changes to the tax abatement be postponed to ensure that projects long delayed because of the pandemic can be given enough time so that any changes in the abatements will not adversely impact them. Just to close, we feel it's important that to highlight that everything being considered today will alter the economics of the entire industry and may jeopardize future projects in the pipeline. That the decisions that led to the cranes we see today were made before the pandemic and recession, and whether or not we see cranes tomorrow will be decided by the decision we made now in the midst of the pandemic and recession. Regardless of what council decides today, we do look forward to working with members of council to find a more equitable way forward in our city. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I do have a question, briefly. With respects to the construction component as it relates to the tax, I just want to, for the record, ask you to acknowledge we had a conversation about that, and there was an alternative proposal on the table that was an amendment to the 100% 10-year tax abatement on the construction side. Hello?
Yes, sir. As far as the 10% reduction in commercial?
Yeah. I'm just asking you to acknowledge that conversation happened. I'm not sure, based on your testimony, it's not clear that maybe I wasn't, that we were on a Zoom call.
No, of course, it was discussed. We're interested to see how these bills end up, especially as it pertains to the construction impact tax. The levying of the tax and the reduction of the abatement, was not previously.
Then we have a conversation about that the amendment to the abatement would be in lieu of the construction tax on commercial.
Our understanding at the time was the amendment of the abatement would be in lieu of the construction tax. While we do think commercial is particularly in a tenuous position, at the time, it was a thought that a 10% reduction in the commercial abatement would offset, plus the 50% reduction of a residential abatement would offset the need for a tax. But I understand.
Offset in lieu of, however you want to characterize it. I'm just asking, because I just want to make sure that I did, in fact, have that conversation with you guys for about an hour and a half. But your testimony did not reflect that.
Well, to a certain degree, I had to cut it down for the interest of time, but the idea...
You could have gone straight to that. I'm not going to belabor the point. I just want to make sure that conversation did happen. So it was a long and thoughtful conversation. And now that we heard the concerns about imposing a new tax, as you referenced the tax on the commercial in particular, which you primarily represent. I understand that your organization has a relationship with certain builders that build those type of buildings. So I just wanted, for the record, that we did have the conversation. The conversation on our end was to believe that in lieu of the construction tax on the commercial side, there was a proposal that would alter the tax abatement, that it will allow a 10-year payment process versus the upfront tax that you referenced in your testimony. That's all I'm trying to get you to acknowledge.
Yes, and if there was a misunderstanding on our part in terms of how the tax would be levied versus just commercial or the entirety, that may have been the case. But we certainly did discuss the importance of not levying a tax, particularly on commercial construction.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I'm not imagining things. All right. Thank you.
Oh, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, Jerry Jordan, President, Philadelphia Federation of Teachers.
Please press *6 to unmute.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan. Hello. Modesto, were we not connected?
Yes, he's connected, but it looks like he's muted. Please press *6 to unmute your phone, please.
Hello.
Mr. Jordan?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we have you now. Yeah, just state your name for the record. Proceed with your testimony, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President Clark and all members of the City Council. My name is Jerry Jordan, and I am the President of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today regarding Bill 200366. Last year, City Council passed legislation that made changes to the 10-year tax abatement given to housing developers. This legislation, which would have ultimately allowed more tax dollars to flow to Philadelphia schools, was another instance of our local leaders doing their part to fund public education. Thus, we were disappointed in learning that the City Council is considering a measure that will push back the 10-year abatement of the new construction for an additional year. This means less funding for our schools during a pandemic that has disrupted every aspect of our students and PFT members' lives and slashed our city and state budget. Time and again, we have said that the conditions in which Philadelphia's children, a majority of whom are black and brown, are experiencing poverty would never, ever be tolerated in a wealthier, whiter school district. Our students and staff cannot afford to continue learning and working in buildings that can quite literally poison them. These concerns are particularly heightened in the wake of COVID-related safety concerns surrounding the reoccupancy of school buildings. Bill 200366 not only takes away much-needed funding for our schools, but it also demonstrates that our city is once again prioritizing wealthy developers over its school children. We understand that economic development is needed for our city to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. However, that does not mean we should turn our back on our children and families who are struggling both financially and emotionally during this time. The long-lasting impacts, both in terms of learning regression and impacts of the trauma of this crisis, will require careful attention and resources. Our response to the crisis must be reflective of whom we want to be as a society. Quite simply, we must reject efforts to prioritize economic development over public goods such as public education. I believe that our great city can do both at the same time, spur economic development while also supporting its public schools. It should not be an either-or situation. Even before the pandemic, our students and teachers were learning and teaching in buildings that were unacceptable and deadly. We must fund our public schools more than ever. We have to ask ourselves, Are we going to invest in crucial programs and services that our children not only deserve, but to which they are also legally entitled? Or are we going to prioritize wealthy developers? We cannot be taking away the funding that was promised to our city's youth. It is never acceptable, but now it seems unconscionable during a global pandemic, yet this bill does that. We all want the same thing for our city's schools to prosper and thrive for all. When council was asked to make hard choices for the constituents and communities they serve, I know that they will find a way to make sure that the students we all serve have what they need to truly thrive. That is why I ask this body to reject Bill 200366. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, and thank you. And we all concur the need to do both. Frankly speaking, is very important, and we will. And in what we're attempting to do, we actually will hopefully be in a position to address any loss of revenue that may come if, in fact, there is an extension of the abatement. And we'll take that into account as we look at one of the other bills that are on the table that would add some additional revenue to the schools. But again, thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
And thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jordan? I think I lost him. I had a question from Councilwoman Gim.
That's okay, Council President. I'll be back later.
I'm sure we're getting back. The next caller, Mr. Christmas.
Mr. William Carter, the Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman Clark.
Good afternoon.
All right, hopefully Mr. Christmas will spare me the bell. Hopefully I won't be that long. Good afternoon, Councilman President Clark and members of the Committee of the Whole. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the bills that are before us. The Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia has been striving to work with the city and other stakeholders in meaningful ways to find solutions to the issues that affect our city. These efforts include, but are not at all limited to, the funding of the revitalization of commercial corridors, workforce development, and investing in our local economy. All causes the legislation being heard today seeks to address. Although we agree with the intent behind this legislation, affordable housing, commercial corridor upkeep, and apprenticeship programming, we don't believe success in achieving them are dependent upon weakening any other part of our economy, particularly ones that provide jobs and keeps our city competitive on the world stage. As you're aware, COVID-19 remains a historic disruption to the world as we once knew it. This requires a full understanding that businesses, both big and small, have experienced extraordinary financial hardships. Thanks to the concerted efforts of our private healthcare community, government, and public and private support programs, the city has had a chance to recover. However, there is much more to do. Because we don't just want to recover, we want to grow, and grow inclusively. To foster this atmosphere, it is important that government policies enhance our competitiveness on every level. As you're aware, the Chamber of Commerce, through the Recharge and Recovery Task Force, made a concerted effort to work with the public and nonprofit sectors to ensure inclusive growth in Philadelphia post-pandemic. This involved over 160 public and private sector leaders, meeting, engaging in intense discussions, and making recommendations for inclusive growth. Since the task force announcement in September, I'm happy to say that the Chamber has been walking the talk. As an example, from the initial 6 recommendations, the Chamber identified and recently finalized contracts with reputable organizations to help upskill an initial cohort of 4,000 Philadelphia residents for the jobs of today, and to dramatically increase private procurement opportunities for local Black and brown businesses. Having worked in this area for years, I personally am very excited about these initiatives. As it pertains to the instant legislation, we believe that residential and commercial development and affordable housing and commercial revitalization are worthy causes that can be achieved without doing harm to either sector. As of this morning, there was impression from the Chamber that discussions about the construction tax have been replaced by the 10% reduction on commercial abatement. That may have been our misunderstanding, but that was our thinking as of this morning. I understand there may be amendments in waiting. Especially during this time of economic instability, we believe options available that support and strengthen the whole of Philadelphia better serve our city as a whole as we are competing with the world in this regard. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and offer testimony on this topic. And thank you, Mr. Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter. I can't help myself. Because you referenced weakening a particular industry, I felt the need to just real quickly, and I'm going to do it real quick because I know there's a lot of people. So as I shared when I preferenced in my earlier statements about going where the money is, this particular industry is not existing businesses. It's not businesses that are suffering as a result of the pandemic currently. It's businesses that will, in fact, create new housing starts. And that particular industry is the development community. And that's the development community based on the Tax and Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, got $30 billion windfall through new pass-through real estate dividend deduction, $16 billion windfall real estate exemption for limitations on interest deduction, $22 billion windfall for real estate exemption for lifetime exchange repeals, Keystone Opportunity Zones that have been in place from 1999. The tax abatement over a 3-year period, as an example, they had an estimated $400 million in property tax abated. I mean, this industry has done quite well as a result of a significant number of tax policies. So when there's a need, and as you have indicated, the need to support those that have the least, you have to get that revenue from somewhere. So this is why we looked at this particular industry, as you referenced, that it's while it may have challenges, it's not nearly the challenges that those individuals in these neighborhoods across the city are experiencing. So I didn't really want to go there, but I had to say that because you referenced a particular industry that was having challenges. But again, thank you very much for your testimony. Any other questions for this witness? There being none, thank you very much, Mr. Carter, for your testimony.
Next witness, Mr. David Feldman, the Development Workshop.
Mr. Feldman?
Hello?
Hey,
yes.
How are you? Just state your name for the record.
All right.
Proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. This is David Feldman. I'm the Executive Director of the Development Workshop. Thank you, Council President Clark and members of City Council for letting us testify. The Development Workshop as an organization is committed to the economic health of the city and all its residents and businesses, not just our membership, believing that in order for any business to prosper, all have to prosper. On Bill number 200366, as earlier testimony by AIA, BIA, and Building Trades pointed out, due to the pandemic, permits that were already in process, projects that were already in the pipeline have been delayed, and we support the extension to let those projects be back under the rules that they submitted their permits originally for. So we support the extension. On the reduced abatement for commercial construction, there too our concern is the timing. These are projects, as the council president has often said, are complex, larger projects. They have a longer timeline. Changing their financial organization and financial planning on a 4-week notice is extremely difficult. And since this would be something that couldn't be, that's really tied to the budget for next year, where and something looking to finance and support funding for a bond that would be issued that probably wouldn't actually be placed in financial markets till early in 2022. We're asking that reduction in the abatement for commercial properties also be instituted January 1st, 2022, not 2021. On the construction tax, that was something that we were understanding earlier today was not going to be moved today. That as well is because it's a tax, it's really something for the next fiscal year. And we are looking at several sources. We think there's alternatives. We've had productive and healthy conversations with the council president's office and other council members. And we really need to look at the fiscal impact more closely and the projected development more closely so that we can work together to sort of better tune what the sources would be, and if this is a source, how it's structured. Thank you for the ability to testify, and we look forward to working together to identify the sources for what we agree is a bond issue for purposes that are needed. We also want to see what the Biden administration will supply to cities. It looks like there will be financial stimulus for cities under a new administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking to see what happens in Georgia Senate races.
You and I both.
Thank you. Any questions of this witness by members? Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Council President.
Next witness, Linland Student School District of Philadelphia.
Mr. President, Councilwoman Sanchez.
Councilwoman Sanchez.
Yeah, real quick, and I won't belabor the point, but I think it's important because many members who are testifying today alluded to it. When COVID hit and government had to pivot to the health crisis and the pandemic, whether it was Planning Commission, CBA, CDR, Streets Department, Water Department, Licensing and Inspection, all of them were faced with challenges about how do we manage a process that has responsibility to community input through RCOs and others. And, you know, as Mo from BIA alluded to, I, on your behalf, Council President, managed a work group to bring them with the law department so that we can start construction as quickly as possible. And while there were delays, I don't want to let there be a sentiment that the departments didn't bust their asses to get government back going. And I'm going to use that term because permitting, CDR, the Historical Commission, all of those commissions very quickly worked hard to create zoning, Zoom opportunities for folks. So I just want to say that I thank the department, and there was a delay. I want to acknowledge that delay. It was a delay that we were unprepared for. Luckily, Eclipse was fully coming online at the same time. Everybody in all of those departments pivoted, worked really hard because we understood that it was important for construction industry to continue to build, and we needed those tax dollars. So, Council President, I just want folks to know that people really worked hard.
My name is
despite
Linda,
all
a
those
junior at Central High School.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm almost finished, and then you can proceed. I just want to get that on the record because I think it's really, really important that people understand that all of those departments had COVID alerts. Staff worked overtime to get permits, plans, reviews, all of those things. And I want to thank the BIA, the construction industry, and all the folks who participated in those conversations that we had, and thank the departments. But even with all of that work, there is an acknowledgement that there was a delay and some folks could not get their abatement as planned, or performance changed, or all of those things. So those are just the realities of people pivoting and doing their jobs. I don't think it was a fault by anyone, but it is where we ended up because we were responding to the health pandemic. And so I appreciate everyone's patience, but I just want to thank all of those departments, the city solicitor, planning, everyone who stepped up to the plate and kept it moving. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Brooks, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. A really quick question, just point of clarity. Do we know how many projects were in the pipeline or held up? It keeps coming up as a sentiment, and kind of to what Councilwoman Keonan Sanchez talked about. I was just wondering, what is the number of projects that were in hold over the last 6 to 9 months that would, expand out 18 more months?
That was a quick question. I don't know, Councilwoman. When we did the analysis on the revenue streams that could be available as a result, we only looked at permits that had actually been pulled. So we didn't look at permits that were not pulled, so to speak. Ms. Badulin, she's still on. Can one of us?
I'm here.
Yeah. Did you hear the councilwoman's question?
Yeah, I did. I unfortunately, I don't have that exact number in front of me. We could probably get something from L&I. I can say this, that we have seen a record number of projects come through, both Civic Design Review and ZBA has had a lot of projects too. I think trying to get in under the under the wire for the changes in the abatement, residential abatement that are proposed to go into effect at the beginning of January, end of December. So, for the last, I would say 6 months or so, we've had double CDR meetings. We've had extra ZBA meetings to try to work through that backlog, but I don't have the exact number. That's probably something we can get from, from L&I about how many zoning permit applications and building permit applications have been submitted over the last 9 months.
Okay, so if you can get that information as quickly to the councilwoman, we appreciate it. Thank you. You okay, councilwoman? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. I believe Ms. Lynn was on the line from the school district. Hello?
Can you hear me? Can
you
hear
on?
me?
Yeah, we have you. Yeah, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Lin Lin, a current junior at Central High School and a youth organizer with Asian Americans United. Today, I'm calling on the City Council to eliminate the property tax abatement, a policy that is harmful to our schools and communities. At the heart of my testimony is an interest in imagining a solution to Philly's problem of displacement and gentrification. Abolishing the tax abatement will shift our budget priorities from the wealthy to serve our communities. I'm here today to keep pushing for the end of the 10-year tax abatement and to ask City Council members to vote no on Bill 200366 and yes on Bill 200653 as a step forward to abolition. I live in District 6, and my council member is Councilman Bobby Heenan, who has been known to advocate for the tax abatement. While you may represent me and my community at District 6 in title, you do not represent our concerns and priorities. By supporting the tax abatement, you do not represent my parents, my neighbors, my community who all live in the Northeast. Then who are you fighting for, sir? My family has been living in this city for decades, and we build the communities that new developers are now building luxury townhouses and new commercial buildings in. Before today's hearing, I talked with my community members who barely know the basic facts of the tax abatement, and yet my neighbors are also the ones who have repeatedly been displaced from the Northeast because their housing costs have kept increasing. With the property tax abatement, the city prioritizes the land, but not the people who live on it. Sure, new tax-abated houses might look nice, but when I see them, I know I will never live in them. My descendants probably won't even live in them. Who does this benefit? Certainly not the members of my community, many of whom have been displaced for decades. How do you justify this? Council President Gerald Clark said a few weeks ago, too, everyone must pay their fair share. I absolutely agree with this. While developers have been benefiting hugely from the abatement, our low-income and immigrant communities of color have been harmed by this policy. Low-income homeowners and renters have disproportionately shouldered the cost as their property taxes and rents went up while their new, wealthier neighbors have owed nothing to the city. It is past time to correct this. While Bill 200653 still gives commercial developers a 90% break on the taxes they owe to the people of Philadelphia, I urge the City Council to vote yes on it. I also ask you to vote no on Bill 200366. We will continue to push for the elimination of the property tax abatement so that our schools and neighborhoods have the stability and funding they need. I promise you, the youth are watching, the people are watching, and we will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Members of the committee? There being none, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Next witness, Roman Sosowski, Locale Development.
This is Roman. Please send me a text for an immediate response. Otherwise, voicemails will be answered in the order they were received. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next witness, Mr. Christmas.
Catherine Riley.
Hello?
Hello, how are you? Just
Hi.
hey, you're here to testify on the legislation. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. My name is Catherine Riley. I am testifying in favor of Bill number 200653, the proposed 10% reduction to the city's commercial tax abatement. I'm a teacher in North Philadelphia, and I know firsthand how students are shortchanged when developers do not pay their fair share. New luxury construction juxtaposed against aged school buildings that have asbestos and inadequate ventilation systems doesn't just imply the city's priorities, that is, development before education, it shouts it. This bill is far from perfect, as the best approach to the abatement is to end it entirely. Nevertheless, I urge the council to consider this bill as a positive first step that will bring money to our schools and allow our students to learn in a safe and healthy environment. It should not, however, be the final action on reducing or eliminating the commercial tax abatement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions of this witness by members? There being none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next witness, Carly Zhang, Student Representative, Asian Americans United.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, barely. Speak up a little louder.
Oh, sorry.
Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and hello to everyone present. I'm Carly Zhang. I'm a junior at Central High School and a youth intern of Asian Americans United, currently living in Northeast Philadelphia. I'm here to ask City Council to vote no on Bill 200366 and also to demand for the end of the 10-year tax abatement that blocks millions of dollars from our already underfunded school district and displaces our communities. When I first learned of these effects, I was appalled and outraged. Already, our public schools are severely lacking in resources, in desperate need of repair, and still suffering from past deficits. Why would we delay getting a year's worth of money that a school district desperately needs, especially in light of the pandemic and economic crisis? As a student directly impacted by your decision today, I am personally urging you all to consider our students, your own children, and vote for the end of the tax abatement. A story that has stuck with me since I first entered Central revolved around its notable problem of cleanliness and safety. In my freshman year, a friend of mine left food in her locker. The next day, when she opened her locker to get her book, a rat ran out from a hole inside her locker. Going to the bathroom is even an issue. Most of the stalls in the first floor bathroom are unusable. Many are missing locks, the door frames are too big, and toilet paper is an ongoing issue. I carry travel tissue packets just in case the stall I enter is missing toilet paper. At times, we even run out of soap. We are in the middle of a pandemic when hygiene is of utmost importance, and we are already struggling with supplying basic necessities in our schools and can't even afford to repair our bathroom stalls. How could City Council even consider withholding money from our schools? Central is a magnet school and has more resources than most public schools. Is this our standard of a good school? If Central itself is already struggling with ensuring a clean environment or usable bathrooms, imagine the problems faced by our neighborhood schools that are even more underfunded than Central. The problems I described are a snippet of the story. Our schools are suffering from leaky roofs, lack of counselors and teachers, and outdated textbooks and technology, just to name a few more. We cannot continue turning a blind eye to these problems. The tax abatement denies us money that could help address and support our underfunded schools. I'm asking you, for the sake of our students and schools, to vote no on bill number 200366. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Mr. Christmas, can you please call the next witness?
Miss Madeline Shakumba, President of North of Washington Avenue Coalition.
Hello?
Hello, Miss
Hello.
Shakumba. Hello, Miss Shakumba.
This is she.
How are you? We
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you well. Just please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Oh, somebody else is speaking right now. Okay, Madeline Shakumba, President of North of Washington Avenue Coalition. I have it on TV right now, and somebody else is talking.
Oh, don't
Hello?
worry about that, Miss Shakamba. Don't look at the television because it will conflict with us being live right now because there's a tad bit of a delay. So you just proceed right now. There's nobody talking. Everyone's listening to you right now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you clearly. Ma'am.
Okay. I am opposed to bill number 200366. Okay. It does not answer the question of the schools. Okay. We need to stop this mess. We are hurting our kids, destroying them by not subsidizing the schools. If you wish to pass this bill, I think you need to pass this bill to remove the school portion from the abatement section. Remove it totally. Okay? So I appreciate it if you did that. Okay, because this is ridiculous. And you've tied the affordable housing bill to this like you're going to give us a whole bunch of money for the affordable housing. You're not going to get nothing but some chump change. And you're going to end up having rich people take over this city because what's going to happen is that gentrification is going to be accelerated. There's going to be too few make any dent in affordable housing being worth our while. We need to stop this mess of putting these little things out there for us to jump at when you're not going to be doing anything for us. Okay. Furthermore, I think that we need to start looking at our assessments. Every year, OPA keeps increasing assessments. Why? Because they increase assessments on old folks, but not on these abated properties. You need to look at what OPA is doing. Abated properties are not being assessed at their full market value, and I got proof of that. And you need to look at that. Why is OPA increasing it on other folks, long-time owners, but not on these people who abatements have already expired? And then you're not doing anything about that either. I'm sick of this mess of you putting these little crumbs out to us talking about affordable housing. You know this money that you're going to give us ain't going to be very much. And I know it's not going to be very much. I'm just tired of, and I oppose this bill 200366. You cannot have it. It just exacerbates gentrification. And also, you need to look at this here assessment going on. You need to look at OPA and look at their assessments. You passed the last loop bill, which favored the rich because they were being assessed to $1 million, and they ran to the city council. Oh, help us! So you passed the second loop bill that only affected them and their rich property. So now they will never be assessed at $1 million because you went there and froze it at the current bill that they had.
Ms. Shakamba, thank you. Thank you so very much for your testimony. We appreciate you. I have a great deal of respect.
Who's this speaking now?
Your voice. This is Councilwoman Sherelle Parker presiding right now.
Okay.
Shakamba, and we just needed them. The bell rung, and I don't want anyone saying that we're not abiding by the rules and giving anyone more time.
Oh, I understand that. Okay. Well, I hope you turn down this bill. Because that there little plum they put out there about affordable housing is nothing but a plum that ain't going to do nothing.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Shakamba. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Christmas, can you please call the next witness scheduled to testify?
Hello?
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 Hi, you are on the City Council of Philadelphia, and we have you listed to testify. Just please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
All right. Am I live now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hello. My name is Maisie Sibison Alves. I'm a constituent from the 3rd District and a member of the Philadelphia chapter of Resource Generation, a group of young, wealthy Philadelphians committed to building a more equitable world. This year of a global pandemic and mass civil uprisings has magnified long-standing wealth disparities in our city and amplified communities' demands for a just municipal budget. The justice of ending the 10-year tax abatement has never been as obvious as it is today. Our city cannot continue to subsidize developers and wealthy home buyers while draining our schools and communities of essential resources.
This is an issue of economic and racial justice. As young people with access to wealth and resources, we see that this tax abatement is for people like us. It is meant to entice wealthy people with a tax break to make buying homes in Philadelphia an appealing prospect. As residents of Philadelphia, we want to send this message. We honestly don't want these tax breaks, even though they benefit us. Some members of Resource Generation have chosen to give up their tax abatement, while others avoided purchasing a house with an abatement while going through the home buying process. We want to pay our fair share in taxes, and we want to see all of our elected officials tax the wealthy to fairly fund our school systems and our community. Proposed legislation to institute a construction tax and to reduce the amount of the abatement on new commercial projects will bring more money into our city budget, which we desperately need. However, this legislation does not address one of the root causes which keeps our city from truly thriving. Wealthy people like us are not paying our fair share in taxes. As people with wealth and class privilege, many of whom are homeowners in Philadelphia, we echo the demands of communities and organizers who have called for the end to the abatement for years. We are hoping you will rethink the questionable notion that property tax abatements are an invariable benefit to our city's economy. Our city will only thrive when young people and their families...
Macy, I'm going to have to ask you to conclude your testimony. We gave you...
I have one sentence left. Can I finish?
That'll have to be it.
All right. We want to live in a city where the needs of its residents are held in higher regard than the interests of wealthy developers. On behalf of Resource Generation Philadelphia, we ask you today to ending the 10-year tax abatement a top priority for the coming year. Reforms to the abatement are not enough. Please end it now.
Thank you, Macy, for your testimony, and we greatly appreciate your participation. Mr. Christmas, can you please call the next witness scheduled to testify? Hello, is this Jacqueline? Is this Jacqueline? Jacqueline Wiggins?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Jacqueline. You are now live with the City Council of Philadelphia. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jacqueline Wiggins. I'm a long-term resident of North Central Philadelphia. I'm also a committee person. And I'm calling with respect to this. I'm not in favor of bills 200366, 200556, or 200653. As others have testified, I don't think these bills are going to do what, at least in the reading of the bill, says it's going to do. These bills, with the exception of one, I think is 200556, seek a tax abatement for a 10-year period. So I'm trying to understand, is this different from the current 10-year abatement? It seems as though, again, there's going to be money that will be held up every year in terms of those percents in the reading of the document. $400 million, while needed, can almost be right. We could use $400 right in my division. So I'm not sure how this money will end up being used throughout the city. And the key thing here is that when the program first started, I thought I heard that a host of people were asked to engage. So I'm always curious in terms of who those people might be, because everyday people like myself who pay taxes, who live in the city, trying to help with the economics of the city in every way that we can, we're either not told or we're told at the last minute. And the last thing is, how willing is the city to authentically engage and enforce the construction trades in any of this? I feel that the people of this city deserve and should demand more time to better understand the intent of these type bills. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Wiggins, for your testimony. Mr. Goy, can you please call the name of the next witness scheduled to testify?
Stephanie King.
Yes.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Hello?
Thank you, Stephanie. You're live with City Council. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, Stephanie.
That when the program first started, I thought I heard that.
Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie King, and I'm the president of Kearney Friends, a part of General Philip Kearney Elementary School in Northern Liberties. I am asking you to vote no on bill number 200366 and let the tax abatement expire according to its original schedule. It was already bad enough to be phased out in such slow fashion that this bill to pause it is ridiculous. With all due respect, this city has decided to subsidize gentrification at the expense of our schools. When I moved into old stock housing in Northern Liberties over a decade ago, when dilapidated factories were just starting to be torn down to build endless condos with crappy siding, I would walk by the Kearney school play yard and could count on my hand the number of white kids. I told myself that would change as the neighborhood changed. It has not. In the meantime, a steady stream of upper middle class yuppies have streamed into the neighborhood, turning it into a parade of Pilates studios and dog groomers. And yet, as realtors continue putting out sign after sign emphasizing how their offerings qualify for the abatement, which has not slowed with the pandemic, our school continues to be drastically underfunded and constantly under threat of teacher cuts. You continue to tell homeowners that they don't have to contribute to their new neighborhood through property taxes the same way their neighbors do, and then wonder why they feel no commitment to our schools. You are giving away millions of dollars that our schools need to developers. You say developers need these incentives to go ahead with these projects that contribute to the city's economy, but what's going to happen to our economy when you've failed an entire generation of school children? Where will the next generation of qualified workers come from after you sold them out to line a millionaire's pockets? You're more worried about whether Ori Feibush can open another coffee house than if my kids have paper and pencil in their classrooms. This entire city, from developers to homeowners to tax-exempt universities to this council, has abandoned its obligation to the city schools for far too long. Enough.
Ms. King.
Let the abatement die. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Ms. King. We appreciate your participation. Mr. Goy, can you please call the next witness scheduled to testify?
Alina Tan.
Please leave your message for 2672069.
The next witness is Victoria Fernandez.
Victoria, are you connected?
Hello?
Hi, Victoria?
Yes.
Hi, Victoria. You are connected live with the City Council of Philadelphia. We want you to just state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Yes, okay. Victoria Fernandez. I was calling about the bill 200366, the abatement, and I find that that the abatement needs to be eliminated. It's not helping the city at all. It's not doing anything for our schools, and it's not helping the young or the seniors. I think the only ones who need to really get an abatement are those seniors who have stayed in their homes for 20, 30, 40 years, paid taxes all those years, and now that they're over the age of 65, get no relief. So I think that abatement bill should be disbanded, thrown out. They shouldn't get another 3 years because of this pandemic. They should not be enforced at all. That the bill should, if any abatement should be done, it should be done to help the schools and to help the seniors who have been in their neighborhoods and stayed in their houses for 20 and 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fernandez, for your testimony. Mr. Goy, can you please call the next witness scheduled to testify?
Mary R. McGettigan.
Hello, this is Mary McGettigan. I'm sorry I'm not here to take your call. If you leave your name and number, I'll call you back. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
The next witness to testify is Gail Loney.
Good afternoon. Ms. Loney? Ms. Loney?
Hello.
Ms. Loney?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Okay. I can do that now?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Gail Loney, and I'm a block captain in North Central Philadelphia. I'm calling to let you guys know that though I appreciate the intent of Bill 200556, I don't think any of these bills should go through. The tax abatement has been a bill that I have personally been against from the beginning, and at every opportunity that I could speak at council, and I have expressed with passion the importance of removing this bill. All it does is disenfranchise the community, places my community, and it guts the school system. We live in an area that needs development and revitalization, but this is the way that it should be done. This tax abatement issue has constantly been ongoing, and it does not seem to let up. I'm part of RCO groups, and we are now being bombarded with developers who are not visionary, not supportive of our communities and for our schools. And I am so City Council keeping on up and beating a dead horse. Your community, your constituents, saying what our needs are. I am tired of the same old remedies, and please stop using COVID for everything. These issues were in place before COVID, and clearly they're going to be in place until after COVID is gone. If you do not start thinking outside the box and engage your communities, we are intelligent, articulate. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from this witness, members of the committee? There being none. Thank you, Ms. Loney. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Alina Tan.
Tan?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony, please.
Okay, when do I start?
You can start now. You got 2 minutes.
Oh, to do my testimony?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to speak on the bill regarding the tax abatement and the construction tax, Tiffany Green. I oppose that because I think it's not right, because of the fact that many people are suffering at this particular point, and it's not right that the developers don't get their fair, getting policies in favor of them. Why? Because right now, City Council have the zoning going on in many poor areas. You want poor residents to come to these zoning meetings and vote on these developments that are being sold for $400,000 or $500,000. First of all, that is not right, because you're putting people in a situation where they already feel that they're not doing well financially, and you're trying to push zoning. So to come back and say you want to extend the tax abatement to 2024 shows inconsideration and out of touch with what is going on down here in the community.
So therefore, when you come back with the construction tax and you want to say that you're going to use a part of that percentage to put towards helping with preservation or neighborhood preservation, well, that in itself is not really, you can still do that with the reduction of the tax abatement because it starts to show that council cares about the community and that at this particular point you want to make sure you get enough money to go towards the schools and everything. And also you do make money off the transfer tax. So you're taking 1% of the transfer tax and you're going to put it towards construction tax. So you are getting some money. But I would like the council to reconsider about this voting coming through the neighborhood. A lot of the residents do not want to come to meetings because they feel it's insensitive to them in terms of their financial situation. And developers do not want to build affordable housing. They want to continue to build market rate. Then you turn around, you give them all these bonuses, height bonus, you just voted for canopy. You just voted for a canopy bill with no homeowners knew about the canopy bill. That is downright insensitive to us. So you're giving developers all these bonuses, and you're not even talking with the homeowners, particularly African American homeowners that's in these neighborhoods that are really struggling. So I think that this should be it should go into effect, the reduction, show you care, and that you want everybody to do their part, and that there needs to be more discussion about whether or not this zoning should continue during COVID-19. A lot of people in the neighborhood think that this is really inconsiderate and that you are out of touch with what is going on here in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions by members of the committee of this witness? It being done. Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Shania Morris.
Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris. Modesta, she on the line or is she muted? Modesta?
No, she's not on the line, Council
Not
President.
on? Okay. Okay. Move on.
Alina Tan.
Ms. Tan? Alina Tan?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Tan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alina Tan, and I am a student at Central High. I'm speaking against Council Member Hennon's bill and sharing about how this bill would be harmful to our already underfunded schools. Why do wealthy developers need our help exactly? What about the people who actually need our help, like children, parents, and teachers? The tax abatement is hurting them, and that is entirely overlooked. But when it's wealthy developers, you just look the other way and provide them a helping hand. Schools are extremely underfunded and are becoming hazardous to children and teachers that attend it every day as conditions worsen. Lead and asbestos are a huge problem in schools. So why is there no action in getting rid of them? We've seen the news and heard stories about students and teachers getting extremely sick while being at school due to these problems. So shouldn't that alarm you? Why is there no money going towards getting necessary resources for students like books and laptops? Why are there schools with 2,000 students and only 3 counselors? How will the counselors have the capacity to attend to each and every student? There are even problems in online school like internet issues. It's impossible for kids to learn or teachers to teach when they're struggling to get a good connection. There are so many important problems in school that need funding in order to be fixed. These problems have been evident for years and they have been continuously overlooked.
How is this fair? It's not fair, and we can't keep prolonging the needed funds that go towards our schools and city. We have been waiting for far too many years. We shouldn't have to wait one more year. I want to shine light to Councilmember Kendra Brooks' bill to end the tax abatement completely. Why are we not considering that bill at all when it's the best option to help the most people? How come we are prioritizing wealthy people and developers when there are other people that need it so much more? Wealthy people are still going to stay wealthy even if they have to pay money. But we can't say the same for other people that are currently struggling financially. So I urge council members to vote against Councilmember Bobby Hennon's bill so that schools can finally get the long-awaited resources that they so desperately needed for years.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Any questions? Are members of the committee for this witness? There being none, thank you very much for your testimony.
There are no additional witnesses, Mr. President.
Okay. We're going to actually take a break for around 15 minutes. Ask the colleagues, please stick around. We'll be reaching out shortly before we come back and start up again for purposes of moving into the public meeting. But that's what we're going to take like a 15-minute break.
Okay, that sounds good, Council President.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well.
idea. To tomorrow, in a public meeting. By 12:30 is advisable, because
colleagues. colleagues, colleagues.
Okay, Council President, council members, we are now live.
Thank you very much. We went into a 15-minute recess several hours ago, so I would like to apologize to our colleagues and our members, but things happen. So we want to proceed at this interesting hour. So what I want to do is, first of all, thank all the witnesses that testified today, and thank the individuals who continue to watch us. So we will be concluding our public hearing, and we will now go into our public meeting to consider action on bills number 200-366, 200-556, and 200-653. Thank you. Okay, let me pull up those bills. Just gonna populate it here. Mr. Christmas, we're gonna ask that you call up, read the title of bill number 200.
Council President, I'm going to call the roll first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got my script here is all screwed up. I'm sorry. Mr. Christmas, please call the roll.
Council Lady Bass. Council Lady Brooks.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Bass is present.
Thank you, ma'am. Council Lady Brooks.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dom.
Present. Good evening.
Council Lady Godier.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Council Lady Gilmore Richardson.
Present.
Councilman Green.
Present.
Council Lady Gilm.
Present. Good evening, everybody.
Councilman Heenan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Councilman Jones.
President, colleagues, good evening.
Councilman O'Neill.
Present.
Councilman O.
Present.
Council Lady Parker.
Present.
Council Lady Quinones Sanchez.
Present.
Councilman Squilla.
Present.
Councilman Isaiah Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Clark. Councilman Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here.
We've established a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christmas. I want to thank you. We'll now start our public meeting. Mr. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion for an amendment to bill number 200-653.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment to bill number 200-653. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move that the amendment to bill number 200-653 be approved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. It is been moved and properly seconded that the amendment to bill number 200-653 be approved. All those in favor of said amendment and the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Ayes have it. Motion carries, and the amendment to bill number 200-653 has been approved. Chair
And
again.
Mr. President, I would just like to note for the record that the amendment is to move the start date from January 1, 2021 to January 1, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Christmas. Thank you. Thank you. I believe I was in the middle of calling Councilwoman Parker, recognizing her again for a motion on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that bill number 200653 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that bill number 200653 as amended be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended so to permit first reading of this bill at our next session of council. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. And motion carries. Bill number 200653 as amended will be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation and the suspension of the rules to permit first reading the bill at our next session of council. We will now move to bill number 6200. Sorry. 200556. And the chair recognizes
Council President. Council President, I have a point of information.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to make sure I have a full understanding of the amendment that's occurring to bill number 200556.
Yes.
That could just be stated on the record, so I know we're going back and forth on different dates.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things. One, the amendment with respects to moving out of that bill in the original version will delete the commercial development tax from that bill. It will also move the start date from July 1, 2021 to January 1, 2022. Mr. Christmas, are there any other technical amendments?
Yeah, that's just, it allowed for the relevant department to promulgate regulations necessary to calculate the tax and to calculate the cost of the improvements. And it also changed the name from a construction tax to a development impact tax.
And so my understanding, Council President, is that the bill as originally proposed, now called a development tax, will have a 1% tax on the residential portion of development as opposed to the commercial portion of development. And also, this would not go into effect until January 1 of 2022.
Correct.
And I know Mr. DeBow is not here, and there was some information provided earlier. I guess part of my concern in reference to this piece of legislation, and I want to applaud you for the work that you're doing in trying to make an investment in our neighbors and communities. There's something that's definitely needed in reference to additional dollars for both the driveways, bed system repair program, housing trust fund, a whole host of areas that we need to make investments in, which I think is very important. But my concern at the same point is that we are in a global pandemic, which has also become an economic crisis. And I think there is ways that we can address this by holding the administration more accountable. For this measure, we're talking about $400 million. This summer, we had a $649 million deficit. Then we learned about a week later when the May revenue numbers came in, it was actually $700 million. And we did a debt restructuring, which freed up about $80 to $90 million in order for us to fill and address our budget challenges. My understanding is the administration will also be doing additional debt restructuring, which will free up additional dollars for different issues, things like this. In addition, every year, the Philadelphia Gas Works provides an $18 million franchise payment to the city of Philadelphia, which goes into the general fund. My perspective is that, with the borrowing cost for about $100 million requires about $7 million, and that's being very conservative in debt service. So when you look at the bill we just passed, just voted out of committee, which is the 10% reduction on the commercial side of the abatement, that's going to free up at least $1.3 million per year. And so between both the debt restructuring opportunities that we have, doing a 2 tranches of $200 million to get to your very worthy initiative of $400 million for investments in our neighborhoods, plus the $18 million franchise payment that we do every year, I believe we can come up with the at least $12 or $13 million we would need for that type of debt service. So I do understand the goals that we're trying to achieve with this. I just think we need to hold the administration more accountable without doing a 1% construction tax, especially during this economic crisis that we're having in our city caused by this pandemic. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman.
I got you.
I think the chair recognizes, Councilwoman Sanchez, does you want to be recognized?
Yes, I too want to applaud you, and I know this is very difficult. And while I agree with Councilman Green, we are going to have to tighten our belts. I have to remind my colleagues that tomorrow we will have an appropriations hearing where we will get some dark realities of where we are today. I don't disagree with him that we are going to have to tighten our belts, but I will say to him that tightening our belts is so that we can continue to provide commercial support, rental assistance, and all the other things that until there's some sort of hero stimulus, we got to carry. And so to follow good financial practices of reoccurring revenue stream is the best way to ensure that in that debt restructuring, we continue to get the best numbers. No one likes this. No one's a fan of this, but not putting the money in the street and financially carrying a debt in a responsible way will hurt us more as we go into the next budget. But I look forward to working with him as finance director because I do agree with him that we're going to have a lot of holes to fill, and tomorrow will be the beginning of that conversation. But those holes are going to go to how we put more money on the street for small businesses and rental assistance and some of the other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Councilman Green. Councilman Green, I need to start by saying thank you, and thank you for your continued contribution to not only this issue, but those many issues. I'll just kind of tick down the line. With respects to PGW and the $18 million, there's always an annual conversation about where that money should go. In all honesty, if there's an additional $18 million from the school district of the city of Philadelphia that could be made available, I'd rather see it go into the public school system. To be honest with you, I think that would be the most appropriate use. With respects to the industry and the economic decline of the industry, i.e. the development industry, they have suffered nowhere close to the level of decline that people in these neighborhoods have had. As a matter of fact, and I'm not going to rehash the earlier reference documents that I discussed about all of the tax breaks that have been given to this industry over the years and continue through this year. With respect to sense of urgency, it is way beyond now. Going backwards, it is way before the pandemic. I believe now is the time. We continue to see a conversation from the industry folks that we're going to get to it. We agree with you, but they never take and never put anything on the table. I've been here probably longer than most, right? And I've been involved with this industry. As I said earlier, I have more shovels in my office than anybody on this call. I know the industry. I know the fact that they have some challenges. But if you ride around neighborhoods throughout the city of Philadelphia, these neighborhoods that are quote unquote now being gentrified, you see cranes, you see bulldozers, you see market rate developments blowing through the roof, right? throughout the entire city of Philadelphia. So when people come to me and start crying poor, they don't know what poor is. They need to travel to some of these neighborhoods, and they need to travel to some of these neighborhoods that used to be choice neighborhoods that, frankly speaking, you see the level of decline accelerating because there's no investment, there's no hope. And people say, I'm getting out of here. Because guess what? When you look at different parts of the city of Philadelphia, guess what you don't see? You don't see tax abatements. And you say, well, why? What does that mean? That means that there's no investment in those neighborhoods. And we either decide that we're just going to let these neighborhoods continue to deteriorate, we're going to let them continue to go down the pipe, and everybody that can will move to Delaware, will move to Willow Grove, will move out of the city of Philadelphia, and it will leave the people who can't leave. So I hear you. I hear, and I've heard your level of interest in investigating and other ideas about where we can get revenue. I've not seen, frankly speaking, any of those ideas materialize. What I do know is that the city of Philadelphia, since you referenced the budget, that we laid off around 500 people, that we're looking at hopefully as low as a $20 million fund balance. So I don't know how you tell people, frankly speaking, that you don't have money when you cut every imaginable program and you don't fund the things that we've been funding over the years. And now you say all of a sudden, oh, well, we have enough money to borrow $400 million. I don't know how you make that argument, because from what I see, the budget projections that I've looked at, we're not going to have any money. So just like the sugar tax and just like rebuild and just like the pre-K, we needed a dedicated revenue stream for that, and the administration beat us over the head, right, to vote for that tax, to pay for that borrowing, right? So I don't know why we would take a different approach on something as needy as that in the long term. So I just want to thank you again, but I just wanted to respond to what you said, sir.
Council President, can I be recognized?
Absolutely.
And I applaud all the things you're talking about and the investments we need to make. I agree with you that we need to make a drastic investment in our neighborhoods. I think we've got to do much more than what we have been doing. But at the same point, we as a city, and I'll take myself included, we have been spending a significant amount of money over the years. And I think we can find ways to spend less. We all know that every year when we come to the end of our fiscal year, we get a certain budget amount, and then a few months later, we find out that the actual numbers for the end of the year were higher than anticipated. And that even happened this year. And so I'm not saying we should give some type of break to this industry, because they're doing very well. I know there's also going to be a conversation about making an extension to the abatement. I think that's also part of this conversation. And so from my perspective, I believe that, you know, people are looking and making decisions of investing. Even some of our people in our neighborhoods are making decisions about possibly leaving our city. And in this current dynamic of our challenges that we have in taxation, having another tax, I think, is a real challenge that I've been really grappling with for a number of days and weeks as we've looked at this perspective. I respect all of the perspectives that members of this body have put forth. Will be taking another vote, which also will play a role in this decision. But I think that our budget has gotten much larger over the past number of years. And I think we can find a way to do what we need to do to address our neighbors in a way without doing this type of investment in this way.
Thank you, Councilman. Well, I'll just leave it there. Thank you. Appreciate your perspective. Where was I at? Had I recognized Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for the amendment to bill number 200556. Mr. Chairman, I offer an amendment to bill number 200556. A copy of the amendment has been circulated to all members of the committee. I move that the amendment to bill number 200556 be approved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second that the amendment to bill number 200556 be approved. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay, let the record reflect there were 3 nays. Member Green, I think Dom, and somebody else.
O'Neill.
Council President.
O'Neill.
You recognize those in the chat.
Thank you. And I have it. Motion carries, and the amendment to bill number 200556 has been approved. The chair again recognizes Councilmember Parker for a motion on bill number 200556 as amended.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Green. Were you asking Council President Clark to be recognized?
No, I'm fine. Sorry.
Councilman Don was.
Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Yeah, sorry, I put that in before the vote, but I understand the vote. I just wanted to share with everybody that I did vote against this bill, not against the programs at all. I appreciate all the work that's been done, but I, along with Councilmember Green, don't think this is the right time to put a new tax on the books of this city. I think it's our 21st tax or something. I think it sends the wrong messaging when we want to be competitive with job creation and jobs. And by the same token, I totally agree with you, Council President, on the neighborhoods and what's needed. I'm 110% there. But I do think there's ways to find that money. And I think we would have to push the administration to find it. So I am with Councilmember Green on this 100%. And I understand the vote, but I just wanted to share my thoughts with everybody. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Councilman. This is why this is America. Great country where people have the ability to disagree in not a disagreeable manner. But, I did notice that during the hearing that the one group from the residential side that did come in and testify, while they understood it was a very challenging, they did support the bill, which is the BIA. So I just wanted to make a note of that. But thank you. Anybody else? Should recognize Councilwoman Parker again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that bill number 200556 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading of this bill at the next session of council.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200556 as amended be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation, and further move that the rules of council be suspended to permit first reading this day of bill next session of council. All those in favor, motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Green, Dom, and
Oh.
Neil. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I'm a nay.
Councilman, okay, thank you.
A board, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Was that 4 nays? The stenographer cannot hear when you talk over each other. The stenographer didn't get it clear. Was it 4 nays?
I think it was 4 nays.
Yes, it was. It was Green. It was Dom. It was O'Neill and 4 nays.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right. Now, Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker for a motion on bills number 200366. Mr. Christmas?
Yes, sir.
We didn't have any amendments to that bill, am I correct?
We have no amendment for bill
Okay,
200366.
And Council President, I have a point of information on
Sure.
200366.
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Right. And so my understanding on this bill goes into effect January 1 of 2022.
No, this bill goes into effect January of 2021.
Well, I'm sorry. Let me restate the fact that we are extending the time period for when the reductions would occur on the residential portion of the tax abatement by another year, so that way that reduction would not start until January 1 of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Councilwoman Parker. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that bill number 200366 be reported from this committee with a favorable recommendation and a suspension of the rules to permit first reading of the bill at our next session of council.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that bill number 200366 be reported from this committee with favorable recommendation and suspension of the rules when the first reading of the bill at our next session of council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. I'm a nay.
Let's have Councilwoman Kim, Gautier,
Gilmore Richardson.
Richardson,
Green.
Green, and Thomas.
Thomas is a nay.
Nay, right?
Tom is a nay too.
And who else?
And Green
Down.
as well.
Down. Okay, let me make sure. Kim, Gautier, Dom, Gilmore Richardson, Green, and Thomas.
And Brooks.
And Brooks, I'm sorry. All right. Ayes are 10, nays are 7. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. And bill number 200366 will be reported from the committee with favorable recommendation and suspension of the rules to limit first reading of the bill at our next session council. I believe that concludes our ayes have it. This concludes our business before the committee of the whole. If you recognize anybody else before we go home and go to sleep, I want to thank you all very much for your attendance. Thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work, for all of you.
Thank you, and Mr. President, I apologize. This is Sherelle, and I would like to be recognized.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to state to you, for the record and for the benefit of our Philadelphia constituency, that the vote that I cast in favor of bill number 200366, which would extend our abatement for 1 year before we begin the phase out. I want to note to our constituency that was not an easy vote for me. Particularly because I served as chair of the Philadelphia delegation in the Pennsylvania House when then State Representative Mike O'Brien, along with others, were in contact with Councilmember Squilla, along with Councilmember Johnson, and they were telling us about the challenges of gentrifying neighborhoods and the impact that this new development was having on long-term owner occupants. And this city of Philadelphia wanted to enact a loop program to support those occupants who were in essence being taxed out because as growth occurred, they could no longer afford to pay their taxes. We provided the enabling authority for Philadelphia to establish that program. In addition to that, we provided ability for Philadelphia to collect additional delinquent property taxes because people were suffering and the city was also struggling with this limited revenue generating capacity. However, on this issue, Mr. President, I wanted to note for the record that when I think about preservation and home repair, when I think about infrastructure improvements in neighborhoods that have been consistent contributors to this tax base, they have not seen a return on their investment. That was why I could say this was something we needed to do to help bolster the industry so that we could generate the revenue to make those investments in those neighborhoods. So, Mr. President, I want you to know that I'm going to be very clear and very public with traveling, in regions across the city, particularly those that I represent, and communicating the message about all of those programs. Because if there is one thing that I've learned in Harrisburg, you can have every great idea in the world, and you could want to support any issue that you believe is important. But if you don't come up with a revenue generating mechanism to make it happen, then it is just moot. And today, for me, that vote was a sacrifice, but I did it for all of the programs that were outlined in the neighborhood preservation event. So I know some constituents are listening. They asked me, Sherelle, you need to clarify that, and rest assured we will be doing so, because when it comes time for the community to receive those benefits, it's great when everybody stands up, you know, to say that they support those efforts, but to make sure that you were able to support them on this day was extremely important, and I needed to just state that for the record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I know that a lot of votes are challenging, but when you're put in a position of leadership, sometimes you have to take difficult votes, and the end game on that particular difficult votes in this particular case, if it ends up being $400 million invested in neighborhoods, then that's a vote that you have to give serious consideration to. So thank you. And again, thank you all very much. And
Mr. President.
Council President.
Mr. President.
Council point
The
of
chair
information.
recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd too like to join the majority leader in saying that we didn't get elected to not take tough votes. That if we didn't take tough votes, everybody else would do. And that you have to weigh the good against the bad. And I know that from the time I've been here, that I've had to look and talk to residents and not have an answer for weed trees that grow in alleys through people's homes. I've had to look at them and say, as I walk down their driveway, well, you're responsible for their property in between the two property points in your driveway. It's not the city's responsibility. Yet 3-ton trash trucks go down those driveways every day, making those potholes bigger. In fact, I sat with Councilman Green when he was a staffer, and we looked at ways to solve these problems to no avail. That at this point in time, we can't look to Joe Biden, even though I'm glad he's number 46. We can't look to Governor Wolf, even though he's been and done what he can do for the city of Philadelphia. Sometimes we have to stand up, cowboy, cowgirl up, and do for ourselves. And I think that's what we did tonight. And yes, it's a hard trade-off. And yes, those abatements will go away, and those revenues will come far beyond the delay. But sometimes you have to stand up, be counted, and make tough decisions. And that's what we did tonight under your leadership, Mr. President. So thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, can I be recognized?
Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank our majority leader and Councilmember Jones. All three of us have worked on driveways at some point in our lives. I used to have some hair, which I often say. Some of that was dealing with the driveways. But hard votes go both ways. And so I have to have a level of consistency. If I'm going to take one vote on one way, I have to be consistent on the other way. And so taking hard votes are something that we in this body have done consistently in trying to do the best that we can in our perspectives for the benefit of our constituents and our city. And I duly believe, and the Council President, you often say this, and I agree with you 115%. This is one of the hardest working, if not the hardest working legislative bodies. And I say that from someone who works with various members of legislative bodies around the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and around this nation. And we take hard votes, and we do that with what we believe is the best vote and the best decision with the best information we have at the time we make that decision. So I commend all of the colleagues that voted both for and against the legislation today, because ultimately we're all trying to do what's best for the city of Philadelphia. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Okay, folks, I think it's time for us to let the folks go home in Channel 64 and our tech staff. So thank you all. Be safe going home tonight if you're not already there.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Night.